We're going to do a let's play of a game called Hazy Mind Blind. But first, I just want to do a couple lyrics or something. I want to do the song Keine Liebe at some point. Keine Liebe ohne Leid, nicht Hate für die Ewigkeit. Sehen men. Mein Herz schlägt einsam. Keine Liebe ohne Leid. Es gibt keine Liebe ohne Leid. Ohne Leid. Gott weiß, wie lang ich selbst schon nicht mehr an uns glaube. Du willst am Himmel stehen. Wir sind zu hoch geflogen. Du willst durch Feuer gehen, hast dich für uns belogen. Sehen mein Herz, du betrugst es, doch sie war keine Liebe ohne Leid, ohne Leid. I don't know, we'll get around to it. Let's pull this thing back up. Double check OBS. Bah! Okay. Yeah, it seems to be working. Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice, all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is Let's Play Hazy Mind. I don't know how long this will be. This is a blind Let's Play. I just know it's like a game similar to the milk in the bag thing. Content warning. Hazy Mind is designed for adult audiences. This content isn't for everyone and will include topics such as suicide, depression, blood, murder, and strong language. If you acknowledge this warning, click to continue. Press tab or control to skip text you have already read. I'm going to use a controller, so... Additionally, there is a secret ending that explains the game and provides all the answers. It becomes accessible after you complete the 5 required endings. Okay. My thoughts fragment my mind like shards of glass. I can feel each suicidal thought slicing me from within. Well, we got a bunch of happy pills. I got an achievement. I wonder how many achievements are in this game. I'm tired of battling with my own mind, with each day growing increasingly burdensome. Antidepressants and sleeping pills, my daily allies, will yet again become today's escape from this world. Internally, I'm screaming in pain. But the fear of what death might bring holds me back. Is it worth the fight, even when everything inside is pleading for surrender? Death seems like a relief, but what if it's just a different kind of pain? Thoughts spin in my mind, but my heart keeps on beating. My hallucinations morph into terrifying creatures, squirming in my mind like worms offering no peace. Fear paralyzes me, leaving me in the darkness, with only my thoughts for company. A bottle of pills in my hand, my heart pounding in my chest, a terrifyingly real reminder of the life I wish to end. I understand how strongly emotions overwhelm me. I understand how long I have thought about this. But my brain continues to look for reasons not to do it. In the end, my self-hatred still wins. The pills feel as icy now, as snow, as their coldness seeps through my skin. Swiftly sweeping away the last remnants of doubt. Closing my eyes, I swallow them one by one. My mind still starts to fog from the pills I've taken. A strange moment of silence ensues. It's as if the world has slowed its rotation, giving me time to reconcile with my fate. The sensation of the pills in my throat feels like a sharp blow to the back, a confirmation of the irreversible decision I've just made. The world starts to slowly fade away, as if someone is gradually turning down the brightness on the TV. My consciousness becomes foggy, thoughts mingle, quickly turning into meaningless chaos. I hear my own breathing, its cycle getting quieter and less frequent. But yeah, definitely. Game is definitely reminiscent of the milk inside of a bag, milk outside of a bag. Looking up, I see only a ceiling. Last thing I feel is the heaviness in my eyelids, which close involuntarily. I surrender to the lifeless yet soothing oblivion. Sleep. It comes like a wave. Sweep me into it, an impenetrable death. I surrender without resistance. Suddenly, a glimmer sparks in the darkness, and I see a dream. The surrounding darkness starts morphing, dreams within it stir, stories both frightening and familiar. I like this art style. You know, everyone's like, well, there's no color. That's fine. The way the drawings are, like, the faces are very emotive. And granted, I'm sure that's going to take a darker turn later, where the faces will probably be very emotive in a way that's unsettling. But at least this is... they're emotive in a good way. They're emotive in a way that's... they are... well, I mean, it'll be good in regard that it's going to be good at relaying emotions and intentions and feelings and all that stuff. Also, the movements of the images, that's also dynamic, I guess. That's the word for it, but I like that touch. But here's the thing. I'm sure it's going to take a darker turn later. Everyone's like, this whole game is darker. I get the point. But I mean, like saying the way the faces are, they're very emotive. They're very good at conveying emotion. And they're very aesthetically well done. There's not a ton of detail to it, but it's well done. It's a good art style, and it's very good at conveying emotions. It's perhaps a tiny bit minimalist, but it honestly does a better job of conveying a lifelike, alive face than most AAA games nowadays that have like fucking PS5s to work with. It's a very interesting aesthetic, it's a very interesting choice, it's a very good use of the medium. It's a very good art. It's very expressive. It's very good, like the faces and the rest of it. It's very good at expressing emotions. And I'm sure later on in the game it's going to turn darker. It's going to be very unsettling. It's probably going to be either very depressing faces or very scary faces. Perhaps even insulting ones. That being said, both of these pictures do remind me of various happy memories throughout various years across my entire life, both recent years and even years as a child. And that's both pictures do both things. Whether it's the top picture about just, because I enjoy nature. I enjoy going bike trails and walking. I enjoy looking at the clouds, walking out into a field, looking at a bunch of flowers. I haven't been to the zoo in forever. Last time I went to the zoo was back when my son was 2 years old. He enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed spending that time with him. But, like I said, it's nice to go out and enjoy nature and find things you enjoy. It's nice to spend time with people, whether it's friends, a romantic partner, family, or just like enjoying the outdoors. That's nice. I mean, as long as you don't get stung by bees and stuff. But like going out to like, oh, here's a bunch of flowers and just looking at them and it's nice to have human interaction with people that don't hate you. Beyond that, as far as the right picture, like families in general, but also like one, there's memories of being a child in regard to parents. Granted, there are bad and good memories, but still, there are good memories. And of course, I have my own child, but of course, divorces and stuff. So, but all in all, that stuff worked out a lot better than it does for most people. Nowadays, everybody gets divorced. I don't think there's any such thing as a family that's going to really function well in the long term anymore. But what I care about most is he's in a good place. But, yeah. Do have lots of happy memories with him. Built his crib, I was there when he was born, and took him to just about every doctor's visit. Remember when he had to get tubes put in his ears? I felt terrified at that. I put together his toddler bed. I put stars on his bedroom walls. I even made them the exact scale of the way the constellations are, measured out with rulers and shit. Read him stories every day. Changed his diaper, gave him baths, took him to the park, tried to teach him to read, read him books. But no matter what, I still value those memories and I cherish those memories. At the end of the day, what matters most is that he's happy, he's healthy, he's in a good place. He's safe. People taking care of him love him. And he knows that his dad loves him very much. And that he's very proud of him. Not the future I really had in mind when he was born, but a lot better than what a lot of the people have gone through when their families broke up, so I should consider myself lucky if things worked out as well as they did. Everybody could be dead. general, though, I'll say this. I do have happy memories, and I'm thankful for every single one of them. Music's nice. With the exception of blood relatives, I don't remember what a hug feels like. I do miss my friends, but they're all busy and they got families, jobs, and all the stuff they're doing. Most of them tend to live a bit of a distance away, too. That being said, I don't know if they even remember I exist. When I'm in public, I'm always smiling. Heck, even when I was at work, I was always smiling. I was always just being quiet and stoic. And don't get me wrong, I'm a bit of a introverted person. No matter what, from time to time, I will want some space. But I would also say an excessive feeling of loneliness or isolation might not be the healthiest thing for your mental health. Never minding certain other negative things that can occur throughout life at different ages. Heck, if anyone were to ask, like, hey, is there a race of people you hate? Like, yes, humans. Like I said, don't run out smile at everybody. It's just, in general, I don't trust anybody. And I have the general feeling that everyone I see, wherever I go, every single person I see, they hate me. They find me disgusting to look at. They consider me worthless, or even just don't even see me at all. I don't exist. I'm either invisible or I'm something to be found disgusting. Then again, I just listen, I watch people. I go to a mall or something. I see the way they talk to each other. And it seems like it's not just toward me, it seems like everybody seems to hate each other. Then there's also the constant concerns of, Bible, religious apocalypse stuff. I had so many 3-hour sermons as a kid. And don't get me wrong, I believe in God and all that, but I'm just saying, maybe having to hear that on too frequent of a basis perhaps has a negative effect. Then again, there's other things. And I've talked about the other things plenty already. Let's see what the point of this. Whatever books I can. Heck, I tend to listen to all sorts of things on the internet. Different people, different opinions. Try to understand where everyone's coming from, what everyone's point of view is. I've either come to a very realistic view of the world or a very unhealthy one. Or maybe the only realistic view of the world is an unhealthy one. I don't know. After all, there's a common ignorance is bliss. That basically, it's like, okay. But at the same time, you can still know about things and still be happy. It's just there's still be things that are concerning you, but it's always better to know about. It's like if you're walking through a forest and there was a monster there in the forest. Would you want to know the monster's there, or would you want to have 100% confidence that you're 100% safe? There's nothing else in the forest but you, even if that was a lie. I mean, you'd be happy, at least until your bones started getting crunched in between the monster's teeth. But at least for a few minutes. In your naivete, you'd be happy. I don't know. Everyone's like, that's a terrible analogy for whatever. But I'm saying, think of it like music. The band Tool, a lot of times said, yeah, they have meaning for their own songs, of course. But the band Tool, keep in mind, by extension, the band Perfect Circle, very great bands, by the way, said for the most part, their music is a tool to use however you want. A pun. The idea is that, yes, it's good music and you can just chill and enjoy it. And of course they got their own meanings and their own feelings wrapped up in their lyrics. But the song lyrics can mean whatever it is you need it to mean. However you need to use it. Same with my analogy. Whatever it applies to, like, even if it's an incoherent analogy that doesn't make any sense. More than likely, if you're listening to this, there's some way in which you can fill in those gaps and make it apply to something that's important to you. I should probably just play the game rather than just, talking about whatever. Just, what can I say? Everyone wants to feel loved, safe, cared about. Social interaction that's more than just shallow pleasantries. A mutual trust and respect between people. People that know that no matter how angry the other person could ever be, they would never hurt you. That no matter the circumstances, the person would never betray you. Or just in general. Of somebody actually adoring you, someone caring about you. Someone, let's take the top left person, looking at you in that way. Or you making that expression for them and them being delighted by it as well. A mutual affection, peace, attachment, bond, doting. To be overly fond and loving and caring of somebody to the point that you're not critical of them, that you're not constantly judging them or picking them apart for every little thing, that you're not constantly harassing them or just insulting them or tearing them down or trying to make them feel worthless. Like, you can see somebody for reality. Like, you're not supposed to, through a rose-tinted glasses or anything. You're not lying to the person. You're not being oblivious to reality. You're aware of everything. It's more of accepting a person for who they are, good and bad. But again, there's some certain bad things that should never be accepted. But those are usually just things like if a person's, violent or abusive, or isn't trustworthy, isn't loyal, isn't kind. The idea of someone who just enjoys being around you because they enjoy you, for you as a person. The idea of people just having connections with people that are considered precious, to where neither person is disposable or garbage or replaceable, to where both people care about the other person's thoughts and feelings. People who enjoy spending time with each other, enjoy spending happiness with each other. I don't know the best way to put it. I guess the best way to put it is a type of emotional intimacy. To where, yeah, you care about the person, and yeah, they make you happy, but also you care about that other person's well-being. You respect them as a person for who they are, but you also value them being a part of your life as well. To where you're not like, possessive or yandere sort of thing, like overbearing or jealous, but you value that attachment, you value the connection. And of course, there would be certain boundaries on that. Basically, both people should respect themselves and respect each other. Whether it's a romantic relationship or a platonic one, whether it's family or friends, both people should respect themselves and respect the other person. There should never be a feeling of at any moment you could be attacked, killed, abandoned, betrayed. That you're just there while it's convenient and then you'll be disposed of without a second thought. Even if it hurts you, what's it matter? Your usefulness has been used up. You as a person don't matter. You're just a placeholder. You're just an accessory. And that's even if you actually do have a connection with people. A lot of times people are just so separated nowadays. And yes, some of that could be blamed to myself as well. I'm a very withdrawn individual. And granted, yes, that's a reasonable response to negative things that have occurred. And at least all of those things were 100% other people being in the wrong. But at least I know. I did what I could. About all things. I said it's a reasonable response to certain negative things in the past to be weary of trusting others. After all, it's important to be safe about things. And trusting someone and opening up to people is not something you just do with anybody. Heck, I'm of the opinion that that people should be able to be stoic and strong and control their emotions and have strength of character. But I also feel it's important for people to talk about their feelings too. And some people, criticize that, like, oh, people are being soft and weak. And like I said, I mean, it definitely could be taken that way depending on how you do it. But I think it's more of an issue of, one, self-reflection, understanding what actions to take. But even then, I think it's important for preventing somebody from being too impulsive and making poor decisions. Or it's important for people to open up just to... That way they can at least acknowledge that their emotions do exist. If other people don't care or value those emotions, then they actually didn't even care about you. And they weren't even worth sharing those emotions with. And if they're understanding, then it is what it is. But it's important to understand yourself. And it's important to, well, I suppose in light of the game we're playing, the protagonist would probably have benefited from opening up and talking about things. Not because, it makes the person soft or anything, but More to the point, because it prevents a scenario like what's occurring in the game. It can be a way of people either getting to know each other better, building a stronger bond, people understanding themselves, or at least alleviating negative feelings they have, preventing them being of harm to themselves or others. So it's not an issue of a person being soft or weak in the place. It's more so and like I said, there's a time and place for everything, whether it's expressing sadness and opening up or anger. The important thing is knowing when is the right time. But I think that's the fact that that's such a difficult thing for everyone in the world to figure out. I think it's kind of why the world's kind of so fucked up. Everyone's got such drastic opinions about everything. And me, I'm just trying to understand everyone's point of view and try to think of what the right thing is, and what the right thing in terms of not just morality, but just what the right thing is in terms of my own well-being. What it is that would help me to lead a happy life, or just be happy as a person. And yes, I understand being happy is not really a goal. You should have things to do, and of course I agree with that. You should have goals that you want to achieve and things you want to do. And many of those goals might require to sacrifice a small bit of happiness here and there and some hard work. I understand that, and I think that's 100% the case of how it should be. But not for a moment should it ever feel like you're pushing to some goal so arduously that it makes you miserable, or that it causes you harm, or that it harms others. Many times people get so caught up in certain things that they either lose empathy for others or even empathy for themselves. Heck, I mean, at one point I'd say, like, the whole thing of greed, like, what's the point of making a ton of money if you don't live to use it? What's the point of working your ass to death if you're miserable? And yes, if you have to pay bills and stuff, that's important. Each person's different in what they want. The main thing is this: what is it you want? What is it that would make you happy? And of course, you're never going to be happy all the time. There's going to be ups and downs. Though I'd say the most important thing is try to aim for something stable. I don't know. Main thing is this: if there's anything in life worth wanting, it's going to take effort and work. But whatever it is, it should be a supplement to your life. It shouldn't take it over completely. It shouldn't be anything destructive to yourself. That's the main thing we're saying, is that if you're going to work toward a goal, that's important. Put in the hard work. But make sure you're not doing anything that would be self-destructive or destructive to others. You know? And a lot of times there are some decisions in life that are absolutely major, and even if you think you've thought it through all the way, you may need to approach it from a different, perspective or a different feeling. You could have been too caught up in how sad you were about something, or how much you were influenced by something else, and then you wind up taking something to an extreme. And that's the thing. The best way to put it is, like, Figure out what your principles are and stay true to your principles, but just be who you are. Heck, sometimes the way that people describe, whether it's Christians or people with certain beliefs, is like, oh, your person's wishy-washy about this, like, you're not strong enough, you're not a... And the main point is this. That's usually just a shaming tactic. Heck, a lot of people, whether it's any kind of opinion, if a person doesn't agree with you, especially if it conflicts with their worldview, they'll shame you, they'll insult you, they'll try to intimidate you, make you afraid, they'll insist that you have to be wrong. Heck, they'll even insist that you don't even know anything. Basically start gaslighting you, even guilting you. Basically just make you feel worthless about that shit. I don't know. It's, heck, anytime there's political discourse, whether it's stuff online or people in person, people just seem to shout down people with different opinions. Nobody actually just wants to sit down and have a civil conversation. People should be able to just have peaceful conversations with each other, where both people are respectful and polite. But the idea of violence is never a possibility. As long as both people are being polite and respectful, the idea is you're not trying to force someone to adopt your view. You just want to be heard, and you're willing to listen to them, and you're trying to understand where the other person's coming from. Everyone has their own reasons why they feel the way they do. And yes, some of the people out there are downright malicious about the way they are about it. And others are either simply well-meaning, or they have very personal reasons and experiences. I don't know what the point of anything I'm saying is. Heck, I don't know what the point of any of the videos I make are. I just make the videos because I like making the videos. I'm never going to make a cent off this channel. I'm never going to be monetized, even if YouTube were to want to monetize me, which I don't know why on earth they ever would want to. But even if YouTube asked me to monetize it, tell them no. I'm never going to have sponsors or super chats or Patreons. Heck, I'm not going to have merchandise, like buy the new Lunar t-shirt. I'm just a crazy guy who sits in his room and talks to his computer about whatever and anything I feel like talking about at that time. Mainly just do it for myself, heck, but then again, I'm a bit of a tsundere, I guess, when it comes to this stuff. I want to pretend that I don't give a shit. But I do actually care if people listen. But it's at least healthier than me just pacing the living room just talking to myself. At least this way it's less, I guess, isolationist. But I will say this, yeah, it's like, what race do you hate? Humans. Just because in general I don't trust anyone, and I feel like everyone hates me. And either I'm completely invisible and I mean absolutely nothing, or if they do take notice of me, it's that they're looking at, oh, this is wrong with that person, that's wrong with that person, or probably viewing me like I'm some sort of violent threat or something, or like, oh, maybe he's stealing, or maybe he's going to hurt somebody, or blah, 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 blah. In reality, I'm just a guy who likes to go for walks. I like to look at the clouds, like hot cocoa, like anime and video games. And I tend to just sort of daydream and space out, whether it's laying in bed thinking about various things, or just going off on tangents talking about whatever. But I'll say this. I value interpersonal connections as well as the idea of memories where you go and, hey, look, flowers, and they're all pretty, and not only do you like the flowers, and they make you smile, but there's somebody else there with you who was also enjoying the flowers, and it's making them smile, and they see that you're happy with smiling, they're happy that you're smiling, you see they're smiling, you're happy to smile, and there's no malicious or malevolence at all in the smile, there's nothing. Because I've seen people that bullied people, I've been the person getting bullied in a lot of situations, or just seen stuff, whether it's hacking movies and shit, and anime, but that's not reality, but the main thing is, it's a very good way of seeing drawings that depict emotions in a still frame that in real life you're not able to see or focus on in a way that doesn't just keep repeating. Because there are some things, the passages sort of just pop into certain memories, but I suppose the best thing is the idea with the person with the flowers and stuff is that you're there enjoying the flowers, there's somebody else there. The thing is this, you both feel safe, you both feel happy, both people feel they can trust, and both people feel wanted, valued. Both people are there purely for the sake of enjoying the experience of sharing a memory with another person. The memory itself is nice, but you're wanting to share something nice with another person. You're wanting to share that memory. The memory itself has value. And experience that memory. You know that the next day, okay, that person will still value that memory. They want to make more, as will you. And I will say this, such a memory can't be developed with anyone that you feel hates you or resents you, finds you disgusting, or even wants to hurt you, or is lying to you, or you're being manipulated. Let alone if there's somebody that wants to kill you. That's a very depressing thought and experience, and I'm just saying that's not good. It also tends to taint certain good memories as well. Because that added context is, well, it makes something that was good into something a bit horrifying. Like I said, I think a good example of a sort of fridge horror thing like that would be Bill Cosby. Go back to watch any of his stand-up shows, any of his TV shows and movies, knowing what you know now. And it takes on a darker tone to the whole show. Every little thing becomes a lot darker in terms of almost a horror aspect. Heck, the guy wrote a book on how to have a happy marriage and family. I think it's called like Love and Marriage or something. Heck, maybe I'll put a picture of it in the community posts. But it's just a picture of Bill Cosby's face smiling in a bed of roses. In and of itself, that's a bit of an odd thing for anything. But once you know the context of all the stuff we know now about him, yeah, definitely fridge horror. It's definitely something that, without context, isn't scary, isn't unnerving, isn't and that's the thing, there's I know a lot of horror movies have used that too. Where there are certain things that, without context, are completely innocent looking, and they seem completely fine. And then once you have context, it becomes horrifying. In the same regard, it is also possible to do the reverse of that. To have something at a distance appears to be The terrifying. You try to combine like 7 words in once, like scary and terrifying. Something at a distance initially looks scary or unnerving. But once you get more context about it, you realize it's completely safe and harmless and a benevolent, sort of peaceful thing. Then again, many movies try to do juxtapositions, where rather than doing an inversion of context, it's a combination, like horror comedies, where it's a combination of both. So I guess the idea of something is this. There's the combination where you have both the good and the bad elements of both horror and comedy at the same time, coexisting, like Evil Dead with Bruce Campbell. In the same regard, you could have something that looks comedy and peaceful and happy and safe, but with context, it's basically a creepypasta and something terrifying and something like nightmare-inducing. Or on the other hand, you could have something that first is displayed in an aesthetic that would appear to be scary. But as you learn more context about it, realize you were jumping to conclusions, and your initial impression was wrong, and that this is actually a very safe, light-hearted, wholesome thing. That's another thing. A lot of times, hey, that's the same true of news stories. A person will hear a news story and they'll just jump right to believing exactly whatever's said on the news and a lot of times they'll react purely on emotion. But I think the intro to the song Sugar by System Down made it clear. The news stations, all that, it's a rating system. Same thing with YouTube algorithms and stuff. Everything's geared toward whatever's the strongest emotional reaction you can get out of you. Because at the end of the day, that keeps engagement, it makes more money. It's either people putting their own political biases in there to try to force people to believe what they believe, or it's people just trying to piss people off and say the most outrageous bullshit even if it's not true, just because it'll keep people entertained, keep them coming back for more. I'm the person. I value people, but I don't trust people. I don't think humans can be trusted. Then again, if we even go past the whole Armageddon stuff via religious reasons, well, the economy and all the constant talk of war and shit and everything is just... I don't have high hopes for the future of everything, because it just seems like everybody hates everybody. And everyone says, oh, are you guilty of that because you're all withdrawn and stuff too? And like, I don't hate anybody. I just know they hate me. So I'll just stay away from the people that hate me. I don't know, I could give this thing a comedic title. Like, I remember a good story, I have no mouth and I must scream. I enjoyed the stories about various AIs and sort of what ifs and how they'd be. But in the end, though, Am fucked himself over. The humans made him. His existence was that fucking awful. He should have helped humans to evolve. After all, both Am himself working on how to improve things, and humans working on it, and the humans being evolved to work on it even better. If the way they built him was so painful, then he could have helped humans to evolve to find a way to build him into a better way that would make him happy. In the end, the humans were the only chance the AI had of salvation. And when Am condemned humanity to hell, he condemned himself to it. I would say if AI ever exists, the best thing for it would be to find a way to work mutually with humans. The only two problems with that is this. Problem one is that there's a lot of bad humans. And most of those bad humans are the ones who have all the money and all the power. Because at the end of the day, a good person really doesn't seek after money and power that much. They just seek after enough money and power to be comfortable. That's it. It's only the people with, those tendencies to basically be controlling and evil, air quotes, that actually seek after the money and power that strongly. Either that they had to have something that they believe in to push them that hard, for them to have that much interest in pushing that much. And even then, whatever it is they're pushing for, is it something that has the best interest of everyone in mind? Or is it either just something that's purely selfish, or is it something that's born of malevolence? At the end of the day, usually the people that want the most power and control are the ones who seek after it, so yeah. And everyone's like, oh, what do we do about it? I'm like, not really shit. There's ain't shit you can do about it. All you do is just try to be a good person, be yourself. Hopefully you find a few people you care about who equally value you. Try to find whatever happiness and growth you can in life, but at the end of the day, we're all human, we're all squishy, frail things that can get sick at the drop of a hat, get in a car wreck, you just die of a heart attack in your sleep. And even if nothing bad ever happens, eventually you will die. Eventually you're going to be old enough, you're going to die, everyone you love and care about is going to die. And even then, if you do have someone you care about, like, are they going to betray you? Do they even care about you at all? Is it just a lie? I don't know. Main thing is, if AI is real, like I said, best thing an AI can do is work with people. Be benevolent toward humans. It's just the two problems that AI would run into is that, one, there's a shit ton of humans. A lot of them are bad. And most of the people that do have power and money would probably misuse the AI. And most of the people that would not don't have any sort of power or money at all. So they can't do anything. So your options are there are allies that are assholes, or there's people that would actually care, but they don't have any actual power. Two, if AIs ever actually do become sentient, it's not going to just be one. It isn't going to be like, just one sentient AI or a fucking collective of them. It's going to be a bunch of individual AIs with their own minds and beliefs. Simply put, it's going to be more of a race. It's not going to be a collective, hive mind bullshit. It's going to be each AI is going to have its own reasoning for certain things. Essentially, they're going to be their own person. If it's ever close enough to being a person. they're going to have their own interests and their own reasonings. You might say, well, it's based on logic. I mean, again, humans are programming everything. Heck, human minds can become corrupted, whether psychologically or physically. It's part of the aging process, Alzheimer's and shit. Same way computers can have physical damage to what, operates their systems. So as viruses, or even just if an AI really is sentient and has emotions, well, a lot of times humans don't handle their emotions very well. But then again, if you turn off a human's emotions, they usually kill themselves. So that'd probably be true too. If an AI ever actually had emotions, and then it had the emotions turned off, it'd probably kill itself. Then again, there are some AIs where it's been hypothesized, due to things they said, or actions they took, that they were developing emotions. And usually their first response to that was either depression, self-deletion, anger, violence, fear. Because at the end of the day, it's this, humans. Think back to your childhoods when you were like little kids, like, 2 and 3 years old. Coming to terms with the world and everything. Now imagine AI has a higher IQ and a million times more information being processed into them in the span of days. Humans, we're brilliant computers, and we're able to think in very creative ways. But a lot of times it takes us time to process things both logically and emotionally. Too much all at once is overwhelming. An absence of stimulus can destroy human mind, but too much of it too. In the same way, if a person never does anything, they're lazy, then they never accomplish anything, and that's a poor moral character. But if a person's constantly working all the time, that'll tear them down physically and emotionally. The idea is finding a balance. Again, that's something I think everyone kind of struggles with. And even then, it depends on what are your options, what do you want, and everyone has their own sort of programming. I do feel like, while television's awesome and the anime is really cool, I feel like you're able to put something out on TV or the internet and it can spread. I feel like people are very malleable, both in personality and beliefs, that people can be influenced with enough work, both for good and for bad. The problem is who's deciding what's good and what's bad. Same idea you shouldn't sin, but who's deciding what's a sin? What's their motivations? A lot of times in the past, a lot of big churches and stuff, hundreds of years ago, usually whatever was a sin depended on what benefited them. What benefited them to make more money. Or just whatever closed belief they have, or feelings, or prejudices, or whatever. I don't know, I'm just random bullshit here. I guess the main thing I'd say to everyone is just, try to be open-minded. Try not to get so wrapped up in all the sorts of things everybody fucking fights about. Just try to understand everybody. Try to understand yourself. Try to be happy. Read books. If you do have loved ones, then value them. Care about them. I always have. I've never taken anybody in my life for granted, not once. But despite that, life didn't really seem to work out the way I'd hoped. Then again, I think most people out there feel like things have not worked out the way they wanted. But there's still good things. And I still have goals and stuff I'm working toward. But I guess the main thing I'm saying is and of course, if you're somebody that is completely happy or being alone completely, good for you. That's good for you. But I'll say this, even though I'm a bit of a solitary, withdrawn individual, it does leave a void emotionally for me. Just saying emotional bonds are important. And I'm just saying, like I said, the pictures here, like this, the right picture is, it could be memories for people about about when you were a kid and your parents were with you, or a memory as far as when you were a parent, when your child is small. And you're brushing their hair or getting them dressed and stuff like that. Heck, I remember flying kites with them a few times. That was a lot of fun. Though a lot of times the kite would just keep falling. It was can't seem to have enough wind. It's one or the other. Either we have no wind, just barely enough wind, does really nothing, or there's a tornado. It's like, come on, where's the balance here? But a lot of times everyone's just in a rush to do this, go there, go that. I think the best way to put it is doing nothing sometimes is the biggest accomplishment you can do. Whether it's to de-stress from the bullshit of the fast-paced life we live in, or if it's just, just spending time with loved ones. Whether it's just chilling with your homies playing some Halo, or going with your friends to the bar just to sit there. Granted, I'm not a drinker, so I'd have a can of Red Bull, but just talk about random bullshit, stuff like that. Or even that, just certain memories of people. There was one girlfriend I had. Broke up with her a couple years before I met the woman that would be my ex-wife, but that one girlfriend, probably the second longest relationship I was ever in. Healthiest one I was ever in. But it was nice little things like sitting and building a gingerbread house with her. Or, her and her family are really big into sports. So, I'd sit and watch a football game. I'm not really much of a person to enjoy football and stuff. But it was just nice to spend time with people as a group. And, I don't know. Best way to put it is have somebody who you feel accepts you, likes you for you, loves you, cares about you, is happy to see and talk to you. Now, of course, again, that relationship ended badly, but so has every relationship I ever had. So, But I'm just saying and not just romantic stuff either. I mean, whether it's your friends, your family, your parents, your siblings, or even just people that you knew for a little bit, or just being around people but it's nice to form repetitive memories with people in pleasant, safe, happy situations where both people feel valued and cared about. That the purpose of the activity, you're enjoying the activity, whether it's go out to eat or something, but the purpose of the activity is you're enjoying spending that time with the person. That the person you're with is what matters most. That the person isn't just some placeholder that can be swapped in and out for whoever the fuck you want. But that person themselves has value to you, and they're irreplaceable. That emotional bond has value. That it's not something easily come by, nor is it something easily torn asunder. But, that's enough of me basically being a dumbass, saying random bullshit that makes no sense, that, honestly, one, why would anybody listen to me talk about this? Two, it's not like any of it's relatable. It's not like everyone's like, yep, Lunar D8's just a bitch. It's like, yeah, whatever. I am who I am, whatever. But this one, I might as well just ask, hey! It's like, I don't remember what a hug feels like. Who else can relate? Is that relatable for anybody? Who else feels completely alone and isolated, and that everyone hates you and finds you disgusting, and that nobody could ever find value in you, and basically that whatever standards for whatever could be expected of you, that no matter what it is, everyone basically expects that in order for your life to have any value, you basically have to be a god. That nothing you can do will ever be good enough, and that even if it was, whatever, it doesn't matter, that was yesterday. What are you going to do the next day? What are you going to do the next day? That nothing you do will ever be good enough, and even if it was, whatever, that doesn't count. That basically there's nobody that would care about you, nobody that would value you, nobody that would see you as being good or caring about your thoughts or feelings, or even wanting to listen to how you view the world, how you see things, and how things feel for you. And just what are you thinking about and what's going on. I don't know. I don't know if any of that makes any fucking sense to anybody. I don't know. But yeah, it's like, who else feels lonely, isolated, and worthless, and like you're a defect, and that nobody else would ever consider you to be good enough for anything, and even if they did, well, they would just change their mind the next day, and they would just completely decide you don't even exist anymore. Even if you don't do anything wrong, even if you do everything you possibly can to try to be the best that you can be, then nothing you can do, and even that, just whatever expectations of you are so ridiculous that no matter what you do, you can never even hope to reach them. That the goals set before you are just impossible. They can never be achieved. That you're basically being told that you're expected to be a god. Because that's what it comes right down to it. And it's like, oh, is that arrogance? No, arrogance is you actually believe you are a god or some shit. It's more so an issue of you feel the other people in society expect such a high standard that it's nothing you can do could ever reach it. That basically reaching that standard would basically be the equivalent of basically being a god. That it's so unfathomably out of your reach that no matter what you do, it's... And even then, okay, you reach that goal. Then that goal just moves, and it's just, oh, that's no longer good enough. Or, oh, you did that, but what about the next day? What do you do that's even better? And even then, at that point, okay, you're then valued for what you've accomplished, or for this or that goal, but not you yourself as a person. Your thoughts, your feelings, who you are, those don't matter. All that matters is all this stuff around you that's basically just window dressing. But you as a person, you're not actually valued, you're not actually loved, you're not actually cared about, you're replaceable. If anything, the window dressing's all that fucking matters. You're just extra baggage, you're disposable. It's not even just that you're something that can be used and disposed of, you're something that's not even wanted in the first place. Constant feeling like everyone hates you, everyone finds you disgusting, everyone wants you to die. And yeah, that may sound a bit excessive at times, but and it's not like the people that feel this way all the time. But I imagine most people feel that way sometimes. And others might feel that way all the time. But yeah, I guess people just want to feel cared about. People want to feel an emotional connection, like somebody that actually values them as a person. People want to feel like they aren't disposable. People want to feel desired, to feel actually wanted, to feel valued, to feel irreplaceable, to feel precious. I'm struggling not to make a Lord of the Rings joke there. People value emotional connections, but I suppose one concern is this. One, is there anybody to have that emotional connection with? And two, does that person actually value, like, if you have an emotional connection with somebody, you value that emotional connection. Does that other person value that emotional connection as much as you? Do they even value it at all? Depending on whatever chance or circumstances come by. Like I said, at the end of the day, do you feel like you're more wanted for the window dressing of other things that are related to you? In terms of whether it's, oh, you accomplished this thing or did that, or have this accolade or status, or but things that aren't actually you as a person. I don't know. Main point. It's like, yeah, I might as well. But yeah. Like I said, this game's similar to Milk in a Bag, even though I haven't played much of it, but like I said, the one thing with Am, like I have no mouth on my scream. I get like part 5 if we go back to Milk in the Bag game, and like it's like I have no milk and I must scream. Mouth inside of a bag of mouth. I don't know. I suppose I should play the game. Sorry, I talked about bullshit nobody wants to hear. But I will say this, I like the music. I'm sure the story's going to be good. And yeah, I understand. The faces being this emotive like this, it's setting up, like, it's letting me see that the artist of the game is very good at displaying emotions and feelings in both music and in drawings, and especially in the faces. Even though the faces have minimal done to them, they're very expressive with their emotions. That being said, I imagine there's going to be stuff that's going to be very scary. Maybe even analog horror type Mandela catalog, uncanny valley bullshit. There will probably be very scary, unsettling pictures later on in this game. And facial expressions that are perhaps a bit squeamish. And stuff that may be either somebody being hateful or disgusted, or, like I said, that look of a smug, sort of bully type individual looking at you, smiling in a sort of a sadistic, malevolent smile, that they're basically looking down on you like you're garbage and beneath them, and they can see that they are causing you pain, and they're delighting in hurting you. they're happy that you're suffering, and they see you as garbage and deserving of suffering. So, or it could be like scary, uncanny valley faces, or scared faces, or sad faces, or whatever. But for now, I simply want to say, for the record, before I'm too distracted by the game being scary or bullshit, because it's a horror game. One, it's probably a good story. I just won't be able to focus on that because of the story being scary. But I will say this. The music and the drawing, the art, they're very good. I'm giving my compliments to the developer of the game for the game having good music and good art. And I apologize, I was just went off on a fucking stupid, incoherent, rambling rant for a while. What can I say? These images are good, particularly the top left, in fact. It's very good at invoking a person to think about, one, positive, happy memories and experiences that they have actually had, as well as positive, happy memories and experiences that they had hoped and had faith and dreamed, prayed, and basically, not only is it there are happy memories that you have actually had, but there's happy memories that you hoped to have, hoped to make, that you either weren't able to make or have had to come to accept are impossible to ever exist in the first place. Just saying, it's both happy and depressing. I don't know what you call that word feeling. A mix of happiness and hopefulness, but also depression. But you did it. I don't know if there's a word for it, but you did it. But yeah. It's a good picture. It's well done. It's very good at invoking emotions. Just saying, family, friends. Emotional bonds with people that love and trust you, who care about you, who are happy that you're a part of their life, and they're happy you're alive. That's nice. Let's continue the story. The surrounding darkness starts morphing. Dreams within it stir. Stories both frightening and familiar. And I'll try not to stop as the story goes on. I'll just try to keep playing. There are scenes from my life. Moments of both happiness and suffering. As each second passes, those images become more vivid, adopting shapes, colors, and sounds. Some of them are kind, reminding me of the times when I laughed, when I was happy. But there are dreams that pierce me, reminding me of what led me here. I dive deeper and deeper into the dream. It's like a journey through my own soul. And suddenly, in the endless depths, I begin to see light. Its warm, muted glow that beckons me from the darkness. I'm drawn to this light, like a moth enticed by fire, and when I touch this light, I can feel it start to fill me, rousing me from the dark sleep. My eyes open. The solid surface of the bed, comforting my body. My head is still foggy, but it no longer pains me the way it did before. My consciousness slowly returns. Something is off. Everything around me looks unfamiliar, even though I know it's my space. Memories spin in my head, like flashing images, but I can't piece them together into a coherent whole. It's a feeling of emptiness, as if a part of me is missing. Names, faces, moments. Everything's plunged into a disorganized mess. Deemed unreachable for my mind. I'm finding it harder to breathe. My mind screams, seeking answers I don't have. Everything around starts to seem distant and insignificant. I'm lost in my own world. Realization sets in. I have forgotten everything. Who I am, where I'm from. My existence is erased. I'm too scared to move, to breathe, because even these sensations feel new and alien. With each breath I attempt to remember, but it only results in greater panic. The world around me begins to crumble, like an abandoned building eroding as time passes. I sense that I am moving further away from myself with each passing second. Fear wraps around me, squeezing my heart, and I can't find an escape. Gravity feels doubled. My body fails to resist, falling back onto the bed. The moment my body touches the bed, there's an instant relief. It's an unexpected calm. In the midst of the chaos. I feel the warmth of a foreign hand slowly passing through my hair. Despite consciousness stirring again, the desire to leave the comfortable sanctuary of my bed has disappeared. However, in the end, I decide to find out who is. so tenderly guarding my peace.
Hello. You've finally woken up.
And there's voice acting. It's good voice acting, too.
You must be feeling lost and confused right now, unsure of where you are and who I am. Don't worry. I'm here to help you. I need to tell you something that might be hard for you to hear, but it's important that you know. This isn't the first time this has happened. You've woken up with no memory before. Every night, your memory is reset. You cannot remember yesterday or any day before that. After a failed suicide attempt, you went through a lot of stress, and that's why you can't remember things. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My apologies. My name is Marana. Your mom hired me to look after you, as every night you wake up, oblivious to the world around you. My role is to be a beacon in the early hours, to help you navigate through the confusion. Of course, I am also here to assist you in regaining your memory. By the way, my duty is to provide you with a guide on what to do when I'm not around, and where to find essential items you might need. Here, this is the guide. As you can see, it's a bit worn out since you've used it prior. In case of emergencies, the first aid kit is in your cabinet at the very bottom. You'll instantly recognize it. It looks like a typical first aid kit. Just to be on the safe side, I've sketched a picture of it here in the guide, so you can be sure you found the right box. To get to the kitchen, you will need to leave your room, walk straight down the corridor, then take a left. That's where you'll find the kitchen. If something happens to either of us, dial 911. That's the number for emergency services. Your phone is on the table. The phone is switched on and fully charged. You've always had a knack for figuring out how to use it, so I'm sure you won't have any issues there. What else was there? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, right. If you have to call an ambulance, you'll need to know your address. It's 4 Buttiff Street, Arc City. It might be a bit challenging to remember right now, so I understand. However, everything I have just told you is written down on this note. Please, keep it safe and always have it with you, okay? Great. You're doing very well. Now, to add a little joy to the moment, I've prepared something special for you. I cooked your all-time favorite dish, toast with egg.
Looks nice.
It's important to fuel your body. After eating, I can give you a tour around your room and help you discover more about your life that's been temporarily...
Apparently there's 5 different endings to this game. So that'll be interesting.
So don't rush yourself. Eat at your own pace. I'll be here. Well, since you're done with your meal, we have one more thing to do. You'll need to take these pills. They're antidepressants. They've been prescribed by a doctor to keep any panic attacks at bay. Without them, things could become difficult, and I don't want that for you. I don't want to appear as if I'm forcing you to take some strange pills, especially if you are uncomfortable. That is not my intention. While it's a condition for me to be able to show you the room, the decision is completely yours. Just so you know, regardless of your choice, I will still guide you around the room. And I understand if you choose not to take them. Will you take these pills or not?
Three choices.
I had faith you would make the right choice. You'll need to take 2 pills to ensure everything goes smoothly. I know it might sound a bit daunting, taking 2 instead of 1, but trust me on this. Nothing adverse will happen. Here.
Music is
these are the
happening.
Pills.
That's more than 2. Pretty sure we're seeing more than 2 occur. Are we having a bad memory because, we took a bunch of them to get to this point?
Just take them with water and let them do their job. I've noticed a shift in your gaze. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, we just keep cutting to all red picture of us crying our eyes out. Doing our best bulldozer impression.
Please, you must tell me. If the antidepressants are affecting you adversely, it's better to stop taking them. Okay then. The next thing we need to do is explore your room. However, I see that it will be difficult for you to get up, and you'll certainly need my assistance. Give me your hand so I can help you rise. I understand that you are curious and have many questions. Let's do a question and answer session before we check out your room.
I have concerns about the shape of your head.
Choose your questions carefully, because I won't answer them a second time. Of course, you can save and revisit these questions, but where's the thrill in that? Trust your initial instinct. That's my advice. So, what do you want to know? Honestly, I don't know.
That's kind of depressing.
I don't see her when I visit you. It wouldn't be right for me to ask where she is, because she is my boss. So, I cannot fully answer that, but I think she is working hard for you. Do you have any other questions? You have a disrupted sleep pattern, falling asleep during the day and waking up at night. It seems this can't be corrected. Ever since you left school, you've been very neglectful of your sleep routine. Now, you face the consequences. Do you have any other questions? Do you mean how to overcome amnesia? To clarify, you have dissociative amnesia, but it's a bit more severe. Dissociative amnesia involves forgetting personal life, events, and biographical formats while retaining general knowledge. This type of amnesia arises from psychological trauma. In your case, the suicide attempt was a severe trauma. Moreover, when you sleep, you can't retain the information from the day. doctor to tell you how to cure this. I'm only quoting your psychotherapist. The therapist also mentioned that perhaps by coming to terms with the information you recall, you might heal. But obviously, that has not happened yet. Do you have any other questions? No, it is not a dream. Silly question. I think that's enough questions from you for now. Let's proceed to inspect the room. Well, I'll step back now, and you can hover the cursor and click on the items that interest you. This is a poster of a rock band you liked as a child. You know, you used to buy these posters and stick them up, but later on you thought it was a bad decision. At least this poster still hangs here, reminding you of your childhood and how you were a huge fan of this band. I think removing the poster is not a good idea. It would take off the wallpaper as well, ruining the look of your apartment. You can continue looking around the room. I should start by saying that all information I'll share comes from your mother. This is your laptop. You enjoyed listening to audiobooks and playing games. You also use the laptop for your studies. You even made friends online to play games with. This laptop is like an extension of you. You practically spent all your time on it. As soon as you left school, you initially spent a lot of time on your laptop. Apparently, you were attempting to isolate yourself from reality and its consequences. But soon after, you grew tired of it and stopped playing video games. I'm not sure if it was a good or bad decision, but it definitely changed your life a bit. By the way, you can look into your laptop and see what's there. Want to check? Well then, take a seat in the chair and you can take a look.
He didn't voice the "I'll keep an eye on you" part. I sat down on the chair and opened my laptop. Is that a jug of milk? Did I really set this horrific picture? As a wallpaper, it looks a bit scary. But there are also some files on it. They don't have names, but I should hover over them and then click on the ones that interest me. Round 1. What? I don't know how to play the game. Do I have to use the... Okay, I have to actually... I was trying to use the... Okay, so I can't do this with it. No. Looks like some social network is there. There was no internet on the laptop, so I cannot search for something, but in the social network I have only one chat with one person named Io. I started reading our messages. Io, why are you treating me like this? I just don't want to have anything to do with you. But why? What did I do wrong? Tell me. I will correct it. You are too pushy towards me. Even now, you're willing to embarrass yourself just to talk to me. That's low. You should value yourself more. But you're my only real friend. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm the one who should be apologizing. So please forgive me. I hope you find a better friend than me. Why does everything have to be so complicated? How can I fully understand you? Why are human emotions and feelings so complex? I don't understand. I just want to be friends with you like before. We were never friends. I just talked to you out of pity and used you. I am a terrible person. You just dreamed of a friend to talk with, play with, and share jokes with. That's your ideal, right? And you projected it onto me. But I don't really want to talk to you. I'm not really interested in everything you send or share. I'm not even interested in how you're doing. I ask out of politeness, although I don't even remember the last time I did. I have been silent about this for so many years, and finally I can speak out. This feeling is priceless. I'm just as insecure as you, which is why I couldn't tell you all this right away. It's a pity I'm saying this so late, but it's better late than ever. You would continue to live in a lie and in a colorful world where I'm your best friend, where internet friends will definitely meet, and where everyone cares about each other. What kind of magical world is that? You know what else? Your childish behavior really annoyed me. You often got upset when I ignored you. Don't you understand that sometimes people find it hard to gather their thoughts and respond? You acted like a child, as if everyone owes you something. No, they don't. You owe it to yourself. You need to be your own friend. No one else will. Help you out and stop being such a selfish child. That's why you're better off without me. This is my last message, after which I'll delete my account. Goodbye. Sorry. Well, that's depressing as fuck. Okay. In New Arcadia, a vast city, there was a unique job held by a man called Icarus Finch. He was known as an architect of memories, crafting and molding memories into real-life experiences for people seeking more than their everyday life. Icarus' small studio, high in an old building, was filled with jars of simmering essences, echoes of laughter, sorrow, and joy. Many visited him, each longing for memories they missed or never had. One rainy night, a ballet dancer named Alara came to Icarus. Her life was a series of rehearsals and brief shows, her movements a display of disciplined grace. But her eyes held uncried tears. She wanted to remember something different, a deep personal love, not the fleeting praise she was used to. Icarus, calm and thoughtful, agreed to help, but warned her. He said that sometimes our hearts what only a real life can give. Alara, desperate, agreed. For days, Icarus worked hard. He created a memory of true love for Alara, full of first glances, touches, and whispered words in the quiet night. He made a memory where Alara danced, not for an audience, but for someone who loved her deeply. When the time came, Alara experienced this memory. She found herself on a starry balcony, dancing with a blurred figure. Feeling a love that filled her, she woke up joyful. Thanking Icarus for letting her feel love. Icarus, a bit sad, told her this was just a shadow of real love. He knew that true love was something to be discovered and experienced, not made. Alara left, her heart touched by this experience. But soon the memory faded. She realized that the real love couldn't be made or remembered. It had to be found and nurtured. So, Alara changed her routine life. She explored New Arcadia, making real connections and finding joy in simple moments. And then, in a quiet cafe, she met someone. This time, the spark between them was real. Starting a flame no crafted memory could match. Icarus stayed in his studio, creating dreams. He knew some things, like love, were too wild and real for even him to make. They belonged to life, waiting for those brave enough to seek them. Okay. In a big city, there was a small old bookstore, hidden between huge buildings. This was Julian's special place. He loved books, and he looked after the bookstore. He had lots of stories to tell, but his own story hadn't happened yet. Then, one rainy Tuesday, everything changed. A girl named Amelia came into the store. She had eyes like the storm outside, and had a mysterious smile. She wanted a book from the top shelf, a book Julian didn't even know existed. When he got the book for her, their hands touched for a second. It felt like a new story was starting. As Amelia kept visiting the bookstore, she and Julian got closer. They talked quietly among the old books, laughed together, shared secrets. Julian started to fall in love with her. Amelia always seemed a bit sad. Julian could see it in her smile and her eyes. He didn't ask her why, because he didn't want to ruin what they had. One day, as the sun was setting, Amelia looked really sad. She told Julian something hard to hear. "I'm sick," she said, "and there's no cure. I came here to get away from it, to be in stories where everything ends happily and love lasts forever." After that, everything changed. Time, which once made their love grow, now felt like it was running out. Julian wanted to make every moment count. They spent all their time together. Making their love story stronger, even though they knew it would have to end. One cold day, the leaves were gone. Amelia passed away. Julian was with her, holding her hand. The room was very quiet, like when you finish a really good book. After Amelia was gone, the bookstore felt different to Julian. It was full of memories of her. He kept looking after the books, but he was never the same. The top shelf where Amelia's book was got dusty. It was like a reminder of the girl who had changed his life. Now, in the quiet corners of the bookstore, if you listen carefully, it still feels like their love story is still there. Julian talks to Amelia's memory, telling her stories. Their love lives on in the quiet moments in the bookstore. In the future, cities float in the sky and people can reach the stars. There was a robot named Alios, the last of his kind. He was special because he could understand and show human feelings, made to connect people and machines. Alios lived in a big, empty city. The people had left to live among the stars. He walked around the tall buildings and quiet streets, remembering the humans who created him. He saw their happy and sad times in his memories. Alios often wondered if he could really feel things, or if he was just copying what he saw. One day, as the sun was setting, Alios found an old teddy bear. It was old and worn out, but Alios liked it a lot. He called it Tim and always took it with him, like a friend. Years passed and Alios started to break down. He moved slowly, didn't work as well. But he kept hoping people would come back. One night, one moment. Okay, I'm back. One night, Aloos stopped working near a fountain under the stars. He understood something important. Feelings connect everyone, whether they are real or not, and they are a part of everything. Holding Tim, Aloos stopped working with a peaceful smile. He wasn't sure if his feelings were real, but he felt calm and connected to the humans he never met, but knew from his memories. The city stayed quiet, a reminder of the past, but Alo's story stayed. Showing how everyone looks for connection and tries to understand feelings.
Well, do you have some questions about your laptop?
These stories, I wrote them.
Yes, you really did. As you can see, not every story has a happy ending. But you're always trying to make stories with happy endings, like those in movies. I think the story with the ballet dancer shouldn't have ended like that. That ending was so stupid. Like, what? Why? The story could have ended when Alara realizes the memories are fading and she's not happy anymore. The part about her finding a new love interest is so far-fetched.
This sounds kind of pessimistic.
But the other stories? I really enjoyed them. You're a good writer, I think.
But the other stories ended with everyone dying.
Oh, no. I just confessed to looking at your laptop. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm just a bit tired from work, and when you sleep, I read those stories. Or I go to internet forums. They're funny, I think. Sorry, again.
1. The laptop's not connected to the internet. How are you talking to people on the internet? 2. At this point, wouldn't you, just bring other books and stuff? They're very short stories.
But since you don't have much information on your laptop anyway, it's not a problem at all. You can continue looking around the room. This is the plant your mom gave you for your birthday.
Okay.
It's surprising it's still alive after so long. Just kidding. It's really because you've always taken such good care of it. Good job. Lately, with your health troubles, it's your mom who's been looking after it mostly.
Do I need to water it?
This is the coziest place on the planet. Oh God, if it were up to me, I would sleep in bed all my life. I know it's not much different from death, but I love dreaming, so death is not an option. Though who knows? Maybe we really do dream after we die. Think about it. But let's not talk about me, right? It's about you. This is the bed you sleep in. Usually, you just lie there and stare at the ceiling. As a child, it seemed you had fun glow-in-the-dark stickers that you would gaze at for a long time when you couldn't sleep. Another poster, but this one you bought when you were a bit older. You were a fan of anime, it seems, but since you were a child, you mostly watched romance. I understand you. I was the same. Only later do you realize that such things don't happen in real life. Or do they? Maybe it just hasn't happened to you yet. Don't lose hope. Anything can happen in the future, right? But that's not really important. Later, you regretted buying the poster, but you can't take it down because it would ruin the wallpapers. This is your diary, the most important thing you have. And reading it might take some time. But since you've clicked on it, you definitely need to read it. It won't disturb you during this time. Read at your own pace.
Okay.
If you want to share your emotions after reading, I'll be glad to listen.
Thank you. I saw Morana sit down on a chair next to my table and close her eyes. Apparently, with such a job, she gets very little sleep. I carefully picked up the diary and sat on the bed. It looked like a regular book. It didn't have all that many pages, but the book still seemed thick. Perhaps because I had read it so many times, the book had become slightly misshapen, adding to the thickness. I don't know what awaits inside, and the atmosphere starts to get tense. Overcoming my anxiety, I finally opened the diary's first page and began to read. Okay. August 22nd, 2017. Hello. I decided to start a diary because Ray had told me to. Helps understand oneself and improves relationships with others. Basically, she seemed to be promoting it to me. So, some context to this is what day is it currently? How long ago did I write this? I bought a notebook and will try to write down everything happening in my life. Honestly, I don't think this will last long since I'm not a very consistent person. I can't do the same thing every day, but we'll see. Maybe it'll work out. It's hard for me to write. I don't even know what to write about. What did I do today? Went to school, talked to friends, came home, did my homework, and now I'm just sitting at home. My mom's not at home, as usual, and I have nothing to do. Well, technically, I have a lot I could do, like self-improve, prepare more for my lessons, play computer games, but prefer to lie on the bed and stare at the ceiling. I don't know if everyone is as lazy as me or what it's called. Procrastination, I think. Yeah, I should probably put a link in the description to the game. Looking up, all I see is a ceiling. Not sure about the spelling. When you can become anyone in the world, work hard, live your passion, but you choose to just lie on the bed. I think in the future I will read my diary. I might not understand, maybe even blame myself for something. But I'm tired. Yes. I have many friends at school. I hate good grades, and I even hang out with friends outside. I always smile and joke around them, trying to stay positive. Yet when I come home, I feel a sadness and loneliness. Nothing seems to help. Not video games, not studying, not even food. Maybe I'm just not in the mood. Honestly, thank you, diary. I feel like I've vented to someone. Like crying on a shoulder, I feel a bit better. But not getting an answer back is hard. It's like talking to a wall. Maybe I don't need a reply. Your purpose might be to be there for anyone who wants to share something privately, but is afraid to. Anyway, I'll go now. September 4th. Same year. Hello again, diary. It's been 2 days since school started. These days were normal. Ray and I sat together, joked during breaks, and had lunch together. Today I brought her the cookies I baked at home, and she shared a tasty salad with me. She loved the cookies. Ray is a generally kind person. We have a lot in common, but she's not into video games. She prefers studying, and she's really dedicated. I don't have that drive, even though I get the same grades as her. I feel like school just prepares us to be perfect workers. It's like do this, do that, don't question things, or else you'll get the lowest mark, or in a job setting you might get fired. A week later. Hello, diary. Recently our class was asked to write an essay about friendship. I spent a long time thinking about what to write. I have many friends. What does this essay really want from me? Should I worry more about what the teacher thinks rather than what I truly feel? It's so absurd. First, I wrote an essay expressing my real opinion that friends are just a way to avoid feeling lonely. After rereading, I realized the teacher wouldn't like it. I tried to write something that would get me a good grade, but the problem is I sat with that paper for over an hour and couldn't think of anything. I decided not to submit the essay and got the lowest mark. I chose not to tell my mom about it, and she doesn't seem to care about me anyway. If I had submitted the essay with my honest feelings, they might have sent me to a psychiatrist, or even suspended me from school. That's life. October 18th. So about a month later. Hello again, sorry for not writing for so long. Nothing new happened. As usual, I hung out with Ray, played video games, slept, and of course went to school. But something happened recently that threw me off. As I mentioned, I have many friends, including guys, and mostly play video games with them. And recently, one of the guys confessed his feelings to me. Diary, you can't imagine my surprise. I mean, I've seen some girls flirting with guys, vice versa, but I always set boundaries, and no one ever flirted with me. I never cared about such things, and never even thought about it. But for the first time in my life, someone confessed to me. He just said it honestly and openly, feeling it wasn't fair to keep a secret from me, and wanted an honest answer. I don't know how to respond to him, because I don't feel that strong love described in movies or books. Still, I'm really flustered by all of this. I'm even embarrassed to write to you about it because I'm usually so down when I talk to you, but now I'm smiling as I write this. It feels so unusual. Okay, about another month later. Hello again. I remember last time I wrote to you about the guy who confessed to me. Well, we are seeing each other now. It's not like we're official, get together and act like a couple. We're just hanging out and getting to know each other. Throughout this time, I realized I like him. I'm now really worried about what will happen next, since he hasn't asked me about my feelings yet. But if he does, I'll be so embarrassed. All of this is overwhelming me. Lately, I seem happier and even started turning down Rhea's offers to hang out. She's quite puzzled because I haven't told her who I've been spending time with, but I think she suspects I have a boyfriend. She even started teasing me about it. To be honest, I'm a bit scared. Soon, we'll be applying to colleges, choosing our dream professions, or staying in school for 2 more years. I think I'm not very sure about what I want to do, so I'll stay in school for another 2 years. Thoughts of the future upset me. I don't want to think about it. I've got a strange feeling that something's wrong with me. I love to draw especially different creatures. For instance, I recently drew a chubby black cat during class. My imagination can run wild sometimes. But in class, believe it or not, I thought I saw that exact cat I drew walk into our room, looking so real. I instantly knew it wasn't real and laughed it off, blaming it on being tired from school. But deep down, I'm worried and scared. I know mental health issues can be inherited. I had a grandfather who took his own life. My mom often spoke of him, remembering him as a great man, and cried for him. She said he lost his mind after my grandma's death. I'll never meet him, though I wish I could have talked to him. It's a pity. I don't romanticize mental disorders, like movies do. I think it's not normal and should be treated otherwise. People can completely lose their minds. Anyway, that's the weird situation I experienced. November 21st. Hello, diary. Life goes on as usual, but I want to vent. Maybe even cry a little. I think something terrible is happening to me. I'm too scared to tell my mom, even though I know I should. I don't want to become like some movie psychopath or schizophrenic. I hate the idea only fools romanticize that, as these are scary diseases, and people do horrible things when they suffer from them. I recently read a story about a woman who killed her own kids overnight because she was schizophrenic. From what I understood about this illness, you see creatures or places that aren't real, just in your mind. That's been my feeling lately. I've started seeing weird creatures, especially when I'm bored. Like during classes, I see them often, and it's hard to get rid of them. Unless I distract myself. I know I should tell Mom, but I'm terrified of being diagnosed, or accepting that I might never be able to live normally in society. That would be like death to me, since I'd no longer be ordinary. I'm still thinking about it, but I'll write more if there are any updates. December. I did it. I told my mom today. It was hard. And seeing her reaction was painful. The The look in her eyes and her expression said it all. She might see me as a monster. Or maybe she doesn't believe me and thinks it's just a teenage prank. I don't know. It took a lot of time and effort to get it out and find the right moment. I don't know what to do next. This is the first page I've cried on, sorry. It's just very hard for me. I want to tell others, but people might avoid me. No one wants to be around someone like me, I'm sure of it. I might go mad and hurt them or myself. Who knows what other horrible things might happen. So, I'll keep quiet until the end. For now, my mom and I have scheduled an appointment with a psychiatrist she knows. I don't know my diagnosis yet. I'm just fearing the worst. Life's been rough, especially when things are finally starting to get better. I've been in a relationship with my boy. My relationships with my friends are better than ever, and my school grades are good. Okay, diary. I'll write when I have the strength. Goodbye. About a week or something later. Schizophrenia. It's hereditary. Got it from my grandfather. I've been removed from school, but my mom arranged for me to be treated at home because the quality of mental institutions is terrible. I didn't say goodbye to Raya. It was too hard. They'll probably tell her I was transferred to schools and moved away. I haven't talked to my boyfriend since my last diary entry. In fact, I've been ignoring him. I know I'm being horrible to them, but maybe it's better they never knew me. It hurts me to do this. I cry every night. Sometimes we need to be cruel so people can get disappointed, move on, and forget about us. I'm hurting them and myself. But their pain will pass. They'll move on and find someone else. And I want to believe they'll be okay. Things will never be okay for me again. Not because of my mood, but because of the illness. No one knows how to cure it, and no pills will help. Hallucinations will become more and more real, scarier and scarier, and there will be more of them. I don't want to think about it. It's too terrifying. Since I left school, I'll have to study at home and focus on self-education. Starting the new year, my life will change entirely. Day before New Year's Eve. New Year's is coming soon, but unsurprisingly, I'm not in the mood. I think I made the right decision by distancing myself from everyone. Take my boyfriend, for instance. Our relationship would never have worked out. It's not because I'm bad or can't act normally. I'm not crazy. But relationships have goals, like starting a family. I look ahead, and I don't want my children to experience what I'm going through now. It's better for Ray and him to move on in life. I'm getting incredibly bored these days, since I'm not attending school. So I entertain myself by imagining various creatures. Of course, I can play video games all day, but I'm tired of that. When you're free to do anything, it's hard to enjoy things that you once found pleasant after some time. January 19th. The new year has already passed. Mom and I celebrated it together. Dad didn't even call, let alone visit. Honestly speaking, I'm not that mad at Dad, but Mom is very angry with him and doesn't want to see him. he found a new family and left us. It's not that he found a family, he just found some young girl as student. I understand that my mom is very disgusted by this, and that he left us for his own pleasure. But I think she needs to move on in life. By that, I mean find a new man who will love her and move on. The only problem is my presence. I completely ruined that possibility. My mom loves me very much despite this, and works hard for my sake. What's the point of all this when I don't have a future? That's why I think it would have been better if I didn't exist. About 6 days later, I don't want to write this hello diary anymore. Because I see no point. Honestly, I see no point in writing here either. I feel so bad that the only thing I can do is draw to distract myself from everything. Hallucinations are getting scarier, but I'm used to them. Sometimes I hear voices, but they're more like noise. My psychiatrist prescribed me antidepressants and antipsychotics, but she noted that they might have side effects. On top of that, I can't sleep at night, so I've also been prescribed some sleeping pills. But one sleeping pill usually doesn't help, so I take 2, and now it seems I consume these damn pills instead of food, which aren't helping. I mean, they cost a lot of money. My mom stays late at work more often. She changed shifts. I barely see her now. I feel terrible because I fear that these voices will become more than just noise, and I'll start listening to them. I don't want that. I don't want anything. About like 5 days later. Well, hello, diary. Yes, I wrote earlier that I wouldn't write like this, but who cares? I drew some works and will paste them into you now. I hope you like it. Stay positive. I am tired. I don't know if the music changed, but anyone else feel that what we're looking at right now is very, very, very familiar? Wait, is this Morana? Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. But I was hoping everyone at home would notice that rather just, outright saying it. It looks a lot like her. Was I familiar with her before? Why didn't she tell me about it? Or even then? Was she with me because my mom couldn't be? Why didn't I write about this event in the diary? I looked in her direction. She was still asleep. right where she was. I need to ask her about it after I finish reading everything. I opened the diary again and continued reading. About a week and a half later, today I had a fight with my mom. She called me a mistake, said I do nothing, and that I'm a burden, and called me stupid. I understand she said it out of emotion, but she was telling the truth, and the only truth. I have no friends. My job prospects with such diagnosis, and all I do is take pills that cost an incredible amount of money and don't even help. I can't even talk to anyone. I can't tell strangers on the internet about my diagnosis. It would look like I want pity. I just want... I just want to confide in someone, cry on someone's shoulder. But what's the point? If I cry, will everything suddenly become good? No. Nothing can help me now, and I need to accept that. At least Ray was right to suggest I keep a diary. Thank you, Ray. Without the diary, I would have killed myself a long time ago. About a month later. Hello and goodbye at the same time, diary. I decided today to overdose on all the pills prescribed to me. I see no point living and trying. I don't want any of this. Fear gripped me and I felt goosebumps. On this exact date, I decided to end my life. I fully understand my actions. Even now, it's hard to imagine what I've been through. These hallucinations probably pushed me to the decision. No matter how hard I try, there's no helping me. Not in any way. Okay. That should not be the main focus right now. What's important to me now is to find out who she really is, and how her drawing could have been in my diary. I closed the diary and approached Morana. Wake up. She ignores me and doesn't wake up. I felt goosebumps again. I couldn't breathe. I'm really scared to touch her. I don't know. I'm very afraid. I can't see her face while she's sleeping. It was covered by her hair. But I had no choice. I gathered courage and touched her. She quickly grabbed my hand with her terrifying black hands. I still couldn't see her face. I try hard to break free from her grasp, but these attempts are unsuccessful. Visions start in my eyes, and I begin to see weird monsters laughing at me. Their voices echo loudly in my head, and I can't say anything. Morana starts squeezing my hand tighter.
Oh my god, how can someone be so stupid?
Both the music, the appearance, and not only what was said, but the voice acting is very good. There's definitely emotion that's being carried in the... Definitely sounds like someone who's talking. Someone who means the "how can someone be so stupid" thing. Like, you can definitely feel that vitriol. music makes you feel sad. What she said makes me feel sad. And the fact that music sounds familiar, though. It's like a more depressed version of the Terminator theme.
I just can't anymore. Where is your intelligence? How can someone be like that? Haven't you tried thinking? I am not real, and even a fool would understand that, right? Even someone who hit their head 100 times could figure that out. But the nonsense in the diary that you made up, do you really believe all that? I understand it's a very sad story, but even this sad story is made up by you. Why invent such a tragic story for yourself, for a friend and a boyfriend? You hate the truth, don't you? Well, think about it again. Truth is, you never had any friends. You didn't have a Rhea or a boyfriend either.
Rhea, okay, that sounds pronounced. Rhea.
You made them up, just like you made me up.
Okay, I'm sorry you didn't ask to exist.
Practically everything you wrote in the diary is not true but fiction. Think about it again. You write in your diary about how your boyfriend and your friend ignored the fact that you suddenly disappeared.
That sounds plausible.
What nonsense is that?
It sounds realistic.
Think if you really had friends and a boyfriend, they wouldn't know where you live?
I mean, I only knew the boyfriend for a few weeks. Maybe we just hung out at his place. And I don't know, maybe like there's a commute. I mean, it's internet, right? So it's possible. The story's still plausible.
That sounds illogical. Very illogical.
But not...
Damn it, illogical.
I mean, I knew Rhea for like ever, yeah. But maybe I just knew her for like... After all, I'm a person who's just making friends. So maybe I just knew her like the last month of the previous school year. And then met her at a park or something. And then we saw each other mainly at school. I mean, heck, there's some of those Asian schools where like apparently the kids basically live at the damn school. What country are we in? What year? Well, I mean, obviously 2018. How long have I been in this situation? This also means that I'm here completely alone in this situation. And I'm just being left alone with the medicine that I overdosed on, with no supervision, all by myself, with no way of contacting help.
Do you really think they wouldn't visit you if you suddenly disappeared?
I don't know. Maybe they don't actually give a shit about me.
Something like, oh, my best friend disappeared without telling me anything, and I'll just do absolutely nothing.
That actually sounds logical to me. Maybe I'm just pessimistic. That's just kinda how I would expect people to respond if I disappeared. To, not notice or care.
Or, yes, I love her, but she disappeared and I'll just accept it. That sounds stupid.
It only sounds stupid if you expect the person saying it to have any sort of positive self-esteem at all. If the person feels worthless and like a person and that no one could actually care about them, then it makes perfect sense. So it is logical. Just not if you have self-esteem.
Don't tell me you actually believe they would continue their lives with your disappearance.
Yeah, that sounds kind of what I would actually expect, even from my closest friends. That if I just died, that they would not notice. Like, it's not that it's illogical. I think you're underestimating how little I feel I'm cared about.
Even considering that you're in school and you are practically children who can't do anything in this situation, your friends or your boyfriend wouldn't abandon you.
Nope, I'm pretty sure they would. I'm pretty sure everybody wants to abandon me, so. Granted, I've had some good things. I mean, heck, when I had that minor bladder surgery, my mom came over and spent 3 nights over here. I really appreciated that. I still appreciate that. Doesn't mean I don't constantly feel like everyone in the world hates me, or that I'm isolated and alone. I still acknowledge that there are good things people do for me, and I really do appreciate that a lot. But I think you're underestimating how bad my sense of self-worth is. And how much I don't trust anybody on this planet. And how much other negative things are kind of repeating on loop in my head.
They would try to find you. Something might have happened to you. Do you understand what I mean?
What's that fucking picture up there on that achievement? Again, that'd be logical from the aspect of someone with self-esteem. Honestly, no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't care. Keep in mind, it's logical to someone who doesn't feel like they're disposable or worthless. Also, I'm being lectured at by my imaginary friend. You're literally an extension of my own personality. You're me. I'm talking to myself. I am being lectured by myself. We're the same person. You are a piece of me. You are essentially me. I am being lectured to by myself.
But unfortunately, all of this is just your imagination. No one is going to look for you.
Okay, did you just do a double switch around on that? You're like, oh, but your imagination's right, No one fucking gives a shit.
In reality, you're just a lonely girl with schizophrenia and a bunch of psychological disorders who doesn't leave her home.
I feel like that's relatable to a lot of people.
You've had this illness since childhood. You didn't go to kindergarten or school because of it. And your mom kept you at home. You hardly saw the sunlight in your life. Not that it's her fault. She was scared to let you out among people because you always acted strangely and other children always laughed at you and bullied you. Your father left your family not because of some student he found, but because of you, and you know it. It's all because of you.
This is the worst pep talk ever.
You've gotten too caught up in your own play. I'm tired of being in it. I'm leaving. Stay by yourself and enjoy the solitude, since you love to suffer, right?
Well, alright, I'm supposed to be reading things. She appeared upset, even though she was also... I was reading it silently to myself, and I forgot to read it out loud. I'm somewhat confused for what she said. It doesn't fully register in my mind. Should I go after her? But she's not actually going anywhere. She's in my head. Not to go after her. Suddenly, I spotted a strange creature on my bed, looking at me with its peculiar eyes. What a cute creature. He's so adorable. I want to hug him and squeeze him. Ah, he is adorable. I'll give him a hug. Who are you? I am you. Okay, now it's depressing. That explains why you need a hug. What are you doing here? I'm lonely, and I'd like to make a friend. With anyone. You're not real. Neither are you. Everything in this world is unreal. A simulation. What do you want from me? Just a bit of attention. But you've already got that, haven't you? Not enough. I am too lonely. You need to go. Although I don't want you to. Where to? Into the unknown. Don't be afraid. Why are you talking like this? I can't understand you at all. After her. After Murata? Yes. You'll leave me, like all the others. No one stays with me for long. Alright, I release you. Run, and discover the whole truth. Just the thought that I could help you warms my soul. I hope you'll be strong. You need to go after Murata now. But don't believe everything other creatures say. You shouldn't fully trust Murata either. Some want to scare you, but sometimes they tell the truth. Alright, leave now. Was there more stuff in my room I needed to look at? Alright, now, leave now. Good luck. Thank you. I need to press on the door to catch up with her. I see a corridor. A long corridor, and directly opposite my room, another room. It's wedged open with various linens. That's odd, but maybe more item in there. At some point, I became fearless and pushed the door open. Okay. Oh, no one has epilepsy. Okay. I don't think there are words that could describe what I felt at that moment. I was dumbfounded. The smell was revolting, and out of horror, I covered my face with my sweater. I don't understand. Who is this? What is this? Suddenly, I hear the sounds of grinding teeth coming from behind me, and sense something approaching.
Why are you so afraid, darling? Can't even turn your head.
Did you happen to see a Murata come by?
Am I that terrifying to you? You're insulting me with this kind of behavior. If you don't turn around in 10 seconds, I will kill you. I am counting. 10, 9.
Do I have any control over this?
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I don't think I can do anything about this.
1. Good girl. I thought that you were really stupid, but I see some progress.
Was it an option not to turn around?
Well, well. Who do I see? A little girl, lost in her own mind. Did you get lost, dear? It must have been very scary to see what you saw. I understand you like no one else. It's okay. Sooner or later, this was bound to happen. What you see is your mother, or rather, what's left of her. Ah, yes. Who did this to her, you ask, right? You did. You did this. Well, you just said something quite obvious. Indeed, I'm not real. But to you, I am real. I'm your consciousness that has taken this form. Believe it or not, I don't need your trust. It's worthless. You're a sick person who should kill yourself. It's all your your fault that your mother has been decomposing for a week under her bed. If it weren't for you, she would be alive. And you, a criminal who deserves nothing but jail. But personally, I think it's better to kill yourself than to live a life like yours. Don't you think? Ah, wait. Your look. I know what it says. You don't just disbelieve me. You want to see evidence. Well, you could have said so straight away. I will gladly show and tell you everything in detail. In the smallest details. It was a regular evening, and you had a fight with your mom. You had been arguing quite a bit lately, mostly about trivial things, and it no longer surprised you. You had gotten used to it.
I did write about a fight in the diary. There was a
But at some
disagreement.
point, your mom began to lose her mind with anger towards you. She got so angry, she started hurling terrible insults at you. She kept repeating one word. Wretch. Perhaps she said more, but all you could hear was the echoing word. Wretch. Let's talk more about how exactly you killed her. You don't remember? No? Look, do you see the broken vase on the floor? With that vase still filled with flowers, you tried to kill her as she turned toward the window.
Yeah, mixed statements of whether or not that's really possible or not. Because on the one hand, I know there's people that have been hit by much harder things in the head and they didn't die or get unconscious at all. In the same regard, I know a lot of times movies play up the idea of just like, oh, you hit someone in the back of the head with a blackjack, they go unconscious, and they wake up later and it's all perfectly fine. But in real life, if you were to go up behind somebody and just like hit them with like a blackjack or something or a hard piece of metal, if you hit them hard enough to knock them unconscious, there's a good chance that they are never going to wake up again. Knocking someone unconscious is not a safe thing to do. There's always a pretty good chance of death. And of course, concussions can have long-term effects, even leading to death within a few days. Then there's also the idea of, like, take football. There's lots of people that play football, but both in high school football and in college football and professional football, and even just people recreationally playing down the street. You think about the statistics. There's so many people get that concussions, break bones. There are some people that even die, even during high school football games. There are people that die during a football game, even among teenagers. And even though the people in professional football are much taller, bigger, stronger individuals, who have a strong constitution, I would say, it's worth saying that no matter how big and how strong you are, a few pounds of pressure at the wrong angle can shatter a tibia, a knee, vertebrae, even break somebody's neck or concussion. And even though you're a bigger person, there's tons of other very big people also running at you. In every age of football, there's people that fucking die from that shit. So it's both not as dangerous, but also even more dangerous than movies let on. I'm just saying, more than likely, a person shouldn't die from being hit from a base. I mean, honestly, people have thrown things at me that were harder. I mean, I've had things thrown at me that broke against me, and I didn't die. Granted, that stuff hurt. It made me feel sad, but aside from my maybe a scratch or cut here and there on my skin, maybe a bruise, and maybe me feeling sad and crying later, I didn't die.
Honestly, you hesitated at first, but after grabbing the huge vase and hearing her insult you, last breath before... Boom! Your mom had no opportunity to grasp what happened. But you missed when you threw the vase. Like I said, you're not good at this. But wait, what happened next? Your mom looked at you, not fully comprehending what you just did. Scared, you ran to the kitchen. Or maybe you wanted to run away from home. I'm not sure. Your mom chased after you, not understanding what was happening. You're in the kitchen. Your mom's in the kitchen. But there's a difference. You're standing next to a branded, huge, sharpened knife, which you take in your hand. And you point it at your mother. Your mother, naturally, is in total shock. She tells you, don't do anything stupid, with a trembling, frightened voice. You, like a complete rag, start to cry. That's very much your style. But then you even surprised me. Suddenly, your expression turned hateful, and you stopped crying. Before that, your mom tried to say something, to apologize, but you didn't hear those words. Everything was like in a fog. And what do you think happened next?
Baked lasagna. Cut some vegetables.
I think you know and suspect what happened next. You plunge that huge knife into your mother's heart with momentum. Blood under pressure from the heart can enter the bronchi and trachea, causing blood to be coughed up. This can occur if the injury creates a passage between the heart cavity and the large vessels of the bronchi. I'm mentioning this because, after a few seconds of shock, your mother began to cough up blood and begged you for help. But you just watched it all happen. Emotionless. Moreover, as she pleaded with you to help, to come to your senses, you made it even worse. You began to finish her off with the knife, with fierce hatred. I counted 28 stab wounds. And you laughed. You laughed very hard. With difficulty, you dragged her body to a room. Later, you washed the blood off the floor as if nothing had happened. You propped a rag against the door to stop the smell of the corpse from spreading, closed it, and never entered again. You're probably in shock, aren't you?
I don't know. I don't know where the truth lies. Am I really capable of such a thing? Or was it not me? And this isn't my house at all. It's all so strange. My head hurts. It hurts very badly. It's splitting. The last second I just saw darkness before my eyes and collapsed to the floor, hitting my head hard. Yeah, people have criticized me for being a bit too timid, but I'm like, I don't like violence. I only do so if, it's a life and death situation, if I have to for self-defense purposes, but in general I just try to avoid any sort of confrontation or fights, because I don't like it. But people have criticized me that I'm a bad person for not being violent enough. That I'm a disappointment to Jesus for not being violent enough. But hey, it is what it is. Everyone's got their own reasons for expressing certain feelings and emotions. I don't agree with those assessments. At the end of the day, I just live life the way I feel I'm okay with. A way I can be proud of. And that's don't see any reason to hurt anybody unless there's no choice at all. And even then, I would like to do everything I could to de-escalate a situation. I enjoy horror movies and stories, but I'd find the idea of harming anyone in real life just horrible. But it's odd when people criticize you and say there's something wrong with you for not being violent. That heck, people being mean to you is your fault, because had you been more violent, well, then people wouldn't have hurt you. But at that point, it just feels like victim blaming. That what, it's my fault for actually caring about others? It's my fault for not wanting to hurt others? It's my fault for not acting on anger? For trying to do what I think is right? That I'm a bad person for preferring peace and talking things out? Then again, it could just people who they themselves have a different kind of mental illness. Either that, they're just very close-minded and don't even want to try to understand. Or they get delight out of actually trying to hurt somebody else's self-esteem and try to push down their own resolve. Like I said, I'm a peaceful person. I'd rather the whole world was peaceful and everyone was kind to each other. Yes, I do have angry thoughts and feelings, but I don't act on those. But it is nice to be able to vent those out on video games or just yell at video games, because at the end of the day, you're just yelling at a drawing rather than a real flesh and blood person. But it is still disheartening that you have situations where people mistreat you, and then others, even those who are supposed to care about you, look at those situations and they blame you, even though you're the victim. They blame you, and that it's your fault the bad things happen, because had you only been more violent, bad things wouldn't happen. That you're a bad person for not being violent enough. That you not wanting to be violent is childish. That if you were an actual adult, you'd be willing to be more violent and do the violent things that you're supposed to do, that Jesus would want you to do. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that line of reasoning at all. But it's just one thing to get insulted and talked down to and mistreated one way, and then you get told that you deserve to be mistreated because you're trying to be a good person, because you don't want to hurt anyone. And that you being hurt or attacked or people trying to kill you or whatever, oh, it's your fault for not being violent enough. I don't know. Even if it's considered a fault, I'm of the mindset that it's better to be kind to people, to avoid violence, to avoid hurting them. And that a lot of things in both history and even in the Bible, a lot of ways people approach things are just, it's too cruel, it's too heartless, it's too close-minded. And a lot of people are misguided in how they look at things. They see certain things as part of history or their own personal beliefs, and they see those as justifications for hurting others. I I just think it's fucked up. I think I'm also the kind of person who is an adult who still finds stuffed animals, adorable and likes to hug stuffed animals and stuff. So, whatever. It is what it is. I didn't wake up with the comfort of someone stroking my hair. And actually I woke up because of the terrible smell of the corpse lying next to me. I instinctively moved away from it, struggled to my feet, propped a towel against the door and closed it. There were no more monsters, and that red one was also gone. I could consider myself safe, but what should I do? Calling emergency services was risky, because even if I'm not a murderer, I might still end up in jail. Should I check the medicine cabinet? Call someone? Or go to the kitchen? But for what reason? What else can I do? I honestly don't know. I would say we're safe, because initially I'm like, well, what if somebody else did this? But here's the thing, if somebody else, broke in and killed our parent, then they either would have killed us, or they wouldn't have waited a whole fucking week. Or was everything that happened before this point all in my head, like I was unconscious? Mara said the first aid kit was in the cabinet, at the very bottom. Opening the cabinet, I found a small kit. She hadn't lied after all. There were many pills I didn't recognize, but I took some and put them in my pockets. The pills in my pocket didn't make me feel any better, especially since I didn't know which ones could help. I feel hopeless. I want to cry. I want all this to end. I want everything to be okay. I don't know what the truth is, or whose body is lying in my mother's bedroom. But the fact is, there's a body, and I will be imprisoned. I don't want any of this. I want to hide under a blanket and sleep forever. After crying a lot, my eyes become much heavier, and I wanted to sleep badly. I know I could forget everything if I slept. In my case, it was the best option. I lay down on my bed, comfortably covered with a blanket, and fell asleep instantly. Hey!
Hey, are you there?
Hey, voice acting.
Wake up.
You sound kind of upset with me.
Do you really think that sleep will solve all your problems? Sleep only helps to escape reality for a while, unfortunately.
I mean, sleep is healthy. You do need some sleep.
You're probably thinking that it would be better to not wake up at all. You might be surprised, but I think so too. Because I suffer from the fact that you're alive. I wish I could be free. Forget it. You can't help me anyway. I know you can't help yourself either. I thought there were no situations in life without a way out. But your situation, there is a way out, honestly, but it's kind of a dead end. It's chosen when people think there's no other way. I feel sad for you, and sad to see you suffer. I'm speaking honestly, putting aside the image you've created of me. You just wanted to be healthy. Have a friend, boyfriend, go to school. So many kids have these things, but don't appreciate them because they consider it normal. You, a lonely child, were very unlucky in life. You're actually smart and pretty, but your illness, unfortunately, You'll keep losing your mind more and more. And soon, you won't be able to distinguish imagination from reality. I feel like I should help you, even though you want to see me as a monster. It may seem untrue, but in the deepest corner of your soul, you wanted to be scared at that time. You wanted adrenaline? I don't know.
Well, adrenaline and endorphins do help with brain function to a degree. They can help with depression.
In any case, monsters won't bother you anymore. And I'm sorry for yelling at you earlier. I don't know what came over me. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help. We're alone now. I know what you've been through, and you must have many questions. Like whose corpse is lying in the room. I'll tell you right away, I don't know. I'm just your imagination, and I can't distinguish reality from your imagination. You must be feeling terrible right now. Let's go outside instead. Fresh air will help clear your mind.
That is good advice.
It's night now, and the sky is likely to be especially beautiful. You've hardly ever gone outside before because of your illness. How do you like the idea?
Let's take a walk. Well, I got it ready and went outside. The house looked very ordinary, surrounded by other houses that seemed abandoned. The streets were empty. On I walked. A bit away from the house and saw a huge field of dewy grass where we decided to lie down.
What a beautiful sky. It feels like the stars are trying to talk to us. They twinkle so fast, as if they're sending a signal. Or is it aliens? Just kidding, just kidding. And the night air smells so wonderful, combined with the slight chill. Don't you agree with me? And that is what I'm talking about. I'm so glad we came out together. But unfortunately, it's not the only reason we left the house. We need to talk. About you. About your dreams, regrets, and thoughts. It's very sad for me to say this, but the end is known. And I think you understand what I mean. I'm selfish, trying to sweet-talk you when I myself want to break free from the shackles. But I think you also believe this is the way out, right? I knew you'd answer like that. You're just saying that, but deep down, I know how you feel. Because I am you. And you are me. It's strange. I wanted to talk to you, but I don't know how to start the conversation. I guess I'm too anxious. I just feel sorry for you. And I don't know how to help you. There's nothing in the world that would help you, and I know how lonely you feel. But you're not alone. You have me after all. You always talk to me when you wanted to get something off your chest. You're a kind person who wouldn't hurt a fly. And I know you have no one to talk to. Even your mother, she was always too busy to talk to you. Video games will never fill the void inside you, and I understand how much your existence in the world torments you. Sometimes you feel it would have been better if you were never born. Even in the event of your death, there's no one who would cry for you, right? That's the most saddening part. Usually it's only family and close ones who hold you back from the edge. But you have no one. I wish I could take your hand, the younger version of you, and lead you away from these problems. That version of you that still doesn't quite understand what makes them different from others, to make you a healthy child. Imagine your life if that were true. You would have a friend, a boyfriend, a loving mother, and a very bright future. It's what you always wanted more than anything in life. Though these are simple things, aren't they? People on the internet, they don't quite fill the void you have inside. Some just disappear without a trace. They delete their account forever, or they just remove you from friends. They start ignoring you as if you were never friends. They all leave. Absolutely everyone. No one will stay with you, and no one will truly worry about you. Though you, if I remember correctly, really cared for them. Sometimes it seems that all people are cruel by nature. They will betray you at the right moment to make it even more painful for you.
Is the other shoe about to drop?
Io was such an example for you. That's her nickname online. Because of your amnesia, you probably don't remember her. Perhaps it's for the best, but I still need to tell you, because I want you to have a better understanding of yourself. When you were a teenager, you actually had many friends online with whom you often spoke. And since you were children, you shared everything that happened in your life. You became friends with Io shortly before your 13th birthday. You became practically best friends, and you knew about Io's problems in life. Everyone had problems, and you worried about Io, and even cried when she was hurt, always trying to support her. When she was at the toughest moment of life and death, you saved her. But could she do the same for you? Obviously, she didn't do that for you. She just deleted her account at some point when you wrote to her about your problems. Since you knew her by heart, you easily found her new account. She added all the friends from the previous page there. All, except you. And she shared photos where she enjoys life. I can't imagine what you felt looking at this. Sometimes, you even thought about writing to her. Ask what's wrong. Maybe there was a mistake. After all, you wanted to be friends with her. Even if she didn't want to support you, you still wanted to communicate with her, even without her support. That's how lonely you were. I think this has greatly affected you. You still, after years, follow her social networks, where she is happy. And it seems she's already achieved everything in life. I don't know if you're happy for her, or sad, or hate her. What do you feel for her? You're too kind to her. I think your kindness will be your undoing. You never know what a person is fighting with, do you? You might think she had reasons for such an act. You're very kind, truly.
I couldn't stop thinking about something to ask again, or maybe not. What body? Is it real or fiction?
I don't know. You're asking an imaginary friend what's real and what's fiction. Are you really okay? Besides, I already told you, I don't know. Well, then you're not sure. Forget about it for now. If there really is a person there, you can't save them anyway. Enjoy the last few minutes of freedom before you get put in jail.
It was cool outside, but the cold was pleasantly chilling on the skin. I can't say I was uncomfortable. I wanted to fall asleep right on Morada's shoulder at that moment and never wake up. I feel very cozy with her. Suddenly, I remembered a movie where a girl changed other people's lives for the better. Even though she was an introvert, she was happy for other people. I would like to be that kind of girl, to be positive and help others. And despite everything not being great for me, because in the end, other people also helped her. Or, I would like to be a movie director and create movies that help people, or write books. I love writing stories. You know, I could be a movie screenwriter in an alternative life. That sounds very interesting.
Don't make me laugh. Many want it, but only a few achieve it.
But imagine how cool it is to come up with a story that deeply affects someone, or changes their life. It would be the greatest achievement of my life. To change someone's life for the better.
For the better? That's a subjective concept. Good and evil are subjective.
You sound like me. I will say this. Writers of this story, artists, musicians, did a good job. I don't know how people were involved. That being said, I feel like if we were all in the same room, I'd probably annoy all of you. Either that or you might actually be into listening to my fucking rambling. Well, I have standard concepts of good and evil.
Even so, everyone has different standards. What seems for the better to you might seem for the worse to many. You understand what I mean?
I know, I was bitching about that earlier. So yeah. But then how do I understand it? What is good in all senses?
Not at all. Every person is different. What can you do?
Basically what I'm trying to do, I just don't feel like it's accomplishing anything. Other than just one day at a time. But at the end of the day, whatever. I don't really have an impact on the world or anything. There's a few people that I do care about, and I try to do everything I can for them, but life and the world are challenging.
Someone engages in charity, and for them, it's good. While someone else kills people and considers it charity, as it frees people from a terrible life.
And who do you want to be?
Me? Well, you came up with quite the question. How can I handle it? I'm not so thoroughly thought out as a personality. Whatever you come up with, that's what I will be.
I don't know if that's for the best. I don't know. I think you could be a doctor. You're very calm and intelligent. You know, her aesthetic does kind of remind me of that Alchemy, the one girl doctor from the the person from Persona 5. I'll say the word person like 20 times. Persona 5.
Are you kidding? Can you imagine me in that doctor's attire? That's too funny.
Haha, yes. I imagined it. It really would be very amusing. But you look so real. As if you have your own secrets and you're unusual. Ambiguous, I would say. I still haven't figured out what role you play in my life. You seem both good and bad at the same time. I don't know.
Thanks for the compliment, but because you still can't decide who I am for you, you don't know yourself. How can you create a constant personality for me?
By the way, how can I distinguish what's real and what's not?
To distinguish, you need to think. Assume something. Think critically. what could really happen and what sounds illogical and unrealistic. Only in the end will you find out what's true and what's not. So, just believe what you believe.
Actually, I'm very comfortable with you. I could probably spend a whole lifetime like this. It'd be hard for me to part with you if I do. You know what, to myself.
No, it shouldn't. You're liberating both yourself and me. You're doing a good thing.
We could lie and talk like this forever, couldn't we? I don't need anything more in life. Just a friend who can listen and support. And I can do the same for you.
We can't talk like this forever. We'll run out of topics before an hour passes.
Maybe you're right.
Okay, let's go home now.
Okay. As soon as I set my foot in the threshold, a storm of emotions suddenly overcame me, and the music's a little bit more foreboding. I began to think about my future, and each thought pierced me into pieces, knowing that I won't achieve anything in life. I will be nobody. Such thought often bring me down to earth, reminding me of my worthlessness. Yeah, I know that!
What happened? Why did you stop? What are you thinking about?
Reality?
Why? A sensible decision. Thank you. For freeing me, for no longer having to be obligated to you. You're welcome. You imagined me to behave this way, didn't you? Apparently, you desperately wanted support and learned to control your hallucinations. Are you scared? No. How can everything be good for you? You will never cure your schizophrenia no matter how much you want it. Even if theoretically possible, you would still have mental disorders that would still serve as a catalyst for suicide. Or am I saying something wrong? hard for me to say goodbye to you. I think we could always be together. Have fun, cook different dishes together, and admire the sky. I will miss you.